This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Carr. Director Garcia.
Present.
Director Gopal Gandhi.
Present.
Director Jackson.
Present.
Director Leonard.
Present.
Director O'Halloran.
Here.
Director Seamson has notified us that she would like to be excused from tonight's meeting. Director Zambor.
Present.
Chair Herndon.
Present.
We have 7 board members present.
I will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and ask that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwa, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohegan sovereign nations remain present to this day. This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building in order to allow as much public access and participation as possible. This meeting is being broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM and via live stream on the MPS website and on the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. President, before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799. Nuevamente, 312-626-6799. E introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
Madam Chair, Director Carr has joined the meeting.
Thank you. Before we move to our agenda, I ask that we share a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Amari Crumpt, a prospective freshman at Vincent High School. Bert Lietzo, a retired teacher from Hamilton High School. Willie Moore, a student from James Madison Academic Campus. Raul Rios Jr., a student at South Division High School. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now, in accordance with Board Rule 1.09, regular items of business, there are no reports of standing committees this month. Instead, the board will give public hearing on the regular items of business on tonight's agenda. As is customary, there will be no public testimony taken on any items other than the regular items of business. If you wish to speak on any of these items, please fill out a speaker slip and bring it to our board clerk, Dr. Mann. Those who registered to speak virtually are asked to remain on the platform until you're called upon to speak. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201-2181, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. Please be respectful of the democratic process adhered to by the board. For the safety of all and to ensure the good order of the meeting, harassment or intimidation tactics of any kind will not be tolerated. Anyone persisting in disrupting this process will be asked to leave or will be escorted from the meeting and not allowed to return. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access the evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the Meetings, Agendas, and Minutes page on the MPS website and choosing Online Agendas. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
The first item is action on the minutes of the June 2023 special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Do any members of the board have corrections on the minutes? Seeing no hands, if there are no objection from the board, the minutes are approved as presented.
So noted.
Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Yes, Madam President, we do have two communications from the superintendent. The first is the monthly report with possible action from the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present this report?
Good evening, President Herndon and members of the board. Keith Posley, Superintendent of Schools. July is a wonderful time to highlight some of our summer successes. I begin this evening by congratulating the Milwaukee Public Schools summer graduates. Their hard work and perseverance will allow them the opportunity to participate in a traditional high school graduation ceremony. I invite each of you to join us as we salute those graduates at Hamilton High School on Saturday, July 29th at 9:30 a.m. Recreation summer activities cover a diverse range of interests and provide ample opportunities for students to engage in enriching and fun experiences. The fact that over 16,000 students have participated in these activities between mid-June and today's shows the program's success and the positive impact on the community. Ensuring students have access to nutritious meals during the summer months is essential. Serving more than 100,000 meals from mid-June through the month of July is a remarkable achievement for our school's nutrition department and helps support families. Families still have time to enroll their children for the fall. With more than 150 schools to choose from, families can have the opportunity to find a perfect educational fit for their children. Parents can contact our Student Services Department or go online to start the enrollment process. The administration has prepared several institutes specifically designed for individual groups to include principals, new leaders, teachers, and new educators. Each institute will take place between July 31st and August 31st. And are scheduled to align with both the early and the traditional start calendar. I am excited to share that once again, high schools are hosting Freshman Bridge to support ninth grade students and preparing for a successful freshman year. During the two-day bridge on August 3rd and August 4th, students will engage in activities and sessions such as the importance of their GPA, team building, campus footprint, peer mentoring, and extracurricular activities. This evening, I close with a reminder, Milwaukee Public Schools is still hiring, and we ask all staff, family, and community members to remember us and promote MPS for career opportunities. This concludes my report for this evening, but you will find a full copy of my report attached. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? With that, we'll move ahead. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, the second communication from the superintendent is an update with possible action on the progress of the 2023-2024 school openings. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the superintendent please present the report?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. As the 2023-24 school year approaches, the administration has diligently been working to implement the school opening checklist to ensure a successful start. Along with that, I have my team here with me tonight, and we're going to walk through a number of things that we have prepared for you to share what we're working on. As far as the checklist, Sean Kane is here, and he's going to walk us through that particular piece of it, as well as what we are doing around transportation, as well as staffing. Mr. Kane.
Thank you, Dr. Posley, President Herndon, members of the board, Sean Kane, Senior Director for Facilities and Maintenance Services. What I've been asked to kind of do is kind of not only walk through this school readiness opening checklist, but just kind of want to talk through what we've been doing. And at this point, you know, for me, trying to get my finger on the pulse, I've gone to 60-plus school sites. That includes all the early start. Still have about 80-plus to go. And right now, when we've done these walkthroughs, it pretty much consisted of Dr. Cotton's regional team members, the manager of building operations, the building operations supervisor, the building engineer, and obviously then the school leaders if they are available. And what we've done walking through these checklists, it's just a matter of taking a look where we're at, we're moving things forward, especially for building cleanliness. And we review work orders, any repairs that are needed, you know, anywhere from fixing toilets, getting lights fixed, cabinets, et cetera. So we take a look at those things and see where we're at and, you know, trying to make sure we get those things tackled. Along the other lines, you know, we do discuss cleaning status and where we got for project cleaning, and we're trying to take a close look at that, so we're maintaining schedule. And then obviously the elephant in the room really is ESSER projects that we have that are really, not saying getting in the way, but they're also something that you have to put in part of the equation, seeing where we're trying to get where we need to be. And as we kind of go through the walkthroughs, I kind of look at the two things that really stand out to me the most. And for staffing, right now, you know, 3 areas primarily through facilities and maintenance consists of design and construction, maintenance and repair, and building operations. Right now in design and construction from the staffing level, that does impact the ESSER projects. We still are looking for a mechanical engineer. Anyone in the audience, please apply. And then also when we look at our repair division with the trades persons, we're doing pretty good there. But the other area that we're trying and we're improving with vacancies, the building operations area with building engineers and building service helpers. So when we're taking a look at those things, you know, those obviously have an impact with the walkthroughs and getting school readiness. What also ties to this, like I said, is the big word acronym ESSER, these projects that we do have. Right now, you know, we have all the areas, especially with ESSER 2, that we're trying to wrap up, which include outdoor classrooms, bug screens, water bottle stations, flooring, et cetera. If anyone's been to any of our buildings, you probably have seen a lot of work going on. And right now, we're trying to, you know, from our design team working with the IPD, Integrated Project Delivery Contractors, we're trying to make sure that we're working in concert to see what we can do, especially with cleaning. Then also, too, that I really have to give a lot of kudos to is our building operations folks, because they've been putting in a lot of time. I mean, they're working later hours. They've been coming in Saturdays and Sundays, and they're trying to do whatever they can to support the projects. And, you know, we got some tactics that we're trying to do once we get ahead, especially at a project or a site that has not as complicated ESSER projects. But, you know, if there's times where if we're already ahead at that site, you know, we're looking to take resources and move them to another site. We're looking at, many options of trying to make sure that we have school readiness going through the checklist. And all I can ask is, everyone, from the district employees, that please be patient with us. Right now, the volume of work we have is far more than we had when we even date back going to the performance contracting around 2017, the American Recovery Reinvestment Act around 2010, even going back to neighborhood schools initiative back around early 2000. We have nowhere near this volume of work where we're trying to not only work with just facilities, but then with recreation, supporting their needs, and the other team leads as well. I mean, right now, facilities is working through $250 million between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. And right now, we've tried to do as much as we can with the ESSER 3 to make sure for school readiness. I know there's been a lot of questions from school leaders, et cetera, but right now, the primary focus is making sure we get ESSER 2 done. And while we're doing that, along with that, we guys got to make sure we get the buildings ready.
President Herndon, members of the board, David Fife-Farrick, Director of Business Transportation Services. I'm going to take a minute just to kind of talk a little bit through readiness as it pertains to busing in particular. And it really focuses in 4 primary areas. The first part over the summer, really just July, is site audits. So what we try to do is over the month of July, make sure that we visit all of the contractors. There's a number of reasons for that. One of them is just to make sure from a contractual standpoint that they're meeting some of the objectives that we have, and it'll bleed into some of the later things I talk about. In addition to doing site audits over the month of July, we actually spend from March to about July, we simultaneously work in live data, what we call, and then we're planning for FY24. And so basically what that means is when we're having issues during the FY23 year, we earmark that and really try to address that from March till June for the subsequent year. A lot of that has to be done that way because you have to unpackage routes and then repackage things up. And so basically we had a hard push from March, but really focusing heavily from May through July on fixing problem packages, problem routes, schools, things like that that we have identified throughout the course of the year. The third part of that is really focusing on driver attraction and retention. One of the areas of concern there is obviously over the month of July, you expect retention, and then you don't really know until drivers come back in. And so from our standpoint, just so you get a good framework, we hand out a coord, and the good news from our standpoint is the coordination report is just the packages of routes that we have assigned per contractor. We ended the year at about 585 roughly. We allocated just the other day 640 bus packages, and so there's 3 runs per package. So, from an attraction and retention standpoint, I think we're happy to say that we have relatively confidently increased our driver labor pool, about 50 to 60 drivers. Now, I'm going to put a little asterisk to that and say when we hand out the coordination report, then drivers come in and they do what's called driver picks. They do that actually the first week of August. So we have, just from a timeline standpoint, we have a contractor meeting on the 1st. At the contractor meeting, we kind of spell out our expectations for the year, some of the initiatives that we have going on, and then in addition to the coordination report, then they pull in their drivers, and then based on seniority, basically they do route picks. If they happen to have any issues, actual versus expected, they might report and say, well, you gave me 100 packages, I got 98 drivers, something like that, and then we adjust. It appears from our standpoint that we seem to have a little bit of a surplus based on the feel, so even as the contractors have their drivers on unemployment, they do weekly check-ins, they do barbecues, just things like that to kind of have touch points with their drivers to make sure that they keep kind of their finger on the pulse. And it appears as if they're looking essentially for more work from us, which is obviously a good sign for us because that allows us to then fix or have a little bit more flexibility in the packages as we create them. And then finally, the last piece is, and we talked a little bit about this in the past, is we're trying to really focus on rolling out the parent app. So one of the issues that we've had in the past is just good communication, specifically as it gets to bad weather, late buses. And we've talked individually at times about this parent app, and a lot of that had to do with the technology rollout. And then with COVID and some contractors kind of falling to the wayside, we had to introduce a couple new contractors. Well, we got a little bit of stability here in at least our contractor pool. So the purpose of the July audits, one of those was to make sure that we have tablets on buses and good Wi-Fi and just things that allow us to facilitate the next leg of the initiative. So what we're going to do, just so that the board is aware, is when we have our Principals Leadership Institute, part of that is messaging out. How do we communicate to families effectively? That's, I believe, the 1st and the July 31st and the 1st of August. And at that point, we're going to reintroduce the parent app sign up so that we have families that basically can see in real time buses on their phone. And so that'll be exciting for us to roll out. It's going to take a little bit of time to kind of get from zero to where we want to be at the district level. But I think we're in a position now to go ahead and completely roll that out so that we can really have good, firm kind of usage when we get to November, December, when the weather starts to turn. Everything seems to be looking good from our standpoint, and I obviously will update as time goes by, but we seem to be in a good place from a labor standpoint. We seem to be in a good place from a routing standpoint. For anybody that's maybe listening, we want to hire drivers too, so feel free to apply at any of these bus companies. If there's questions, you can go to the MPS Transportation homepage, and they're all listed there with their phone numbers. The more the merrier there. But we will be sending out postcards both in mail and electronically. The postcards will go out by the 4th of August, and then the electronic communication by the 10th/11th of August. That gives us some real-time information before, obviously, the August start for high schools and any of the other early start schools. I think we're ready, and I think we're in a good position, and it's better than last year, which was better than the year before. And so I'm hopeful that we'll come back in September and talk about our successes. I don't know if you have any questions.
I'm sorry, I think they wanted me to do my report, or how would you prefer?
Thank you. So it sounds like the transportation app, the communication will take place at the PLI on July 31st, August 1st. And is the expectation then the principals then communicate that this would be available to parents, or how is that communication going to be done? Because I think parents would be very excited about it, so I'm hoping that they'll opt into it, but I just want to make sure that we don't miss the communication piece.
Director O'Halloran, President Herndon, members of the board, David Fife-Eric. The best way for us to communicate is through the schools, primarily because we want to make sure that we vet from a security standpoint who is authorized to receive that. We can communicate out general messaging, just like we do for postcards and things of that nature, but when it comes to creating usernames and passwords and linking it to our student information system, we really do rely on the schools to kind of facilitate that recruitment process. I think from a PLI standpoint, it's just messaging that here we're ready, we got letter templates available, this is kind of how it works from a nuts and bolts standpoint, and familiarizing the staff in the office with how to get us to the next phase of implementation.
Any follow-up? No more questions? Okay. Ms. Magdaleni.
Thank you, Chair Herndon, members of the board, Adrian Maddaleni, Chief Human Resources Officer. Tonight, I'm going to provide you a brief summary of where we are staffing-wise for the start of the school year, and I'll provide an overview of the supports that we will be providing to schools as we move forward at the beginning of the year. As of today, for the early start calendar, we have 71 teacher vacancies in the core content area and a total of 99.8 teacher vacancies in early start when you add specials like art, music, and Phi Ed. Overall, as of today, we have a total of 162 teacher vacancies in the core content area and 234.2 vacancies when you include the specials. I would like to note that this is an improvement over last school year. Last August, we had 207 teacher vacancies in core content areas and 284.6 vacancies when including specials. Since the beginning of June, Human Resources has participated in 13 recruitment events with another 12 scheduled for the remainder of the summer before the traditional calendar starts. We have held monthly recruitment events at Central Office. Our next one will be August 16th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Another plug in case anyone is interested and wants to come and apply for a job, learn more about what we have to offer, please stop by on the 16th. We will be doing interviews as well as testing for those classified positions. We have also boosted up our international recruitment of teachers. We anticipate over 100 teachers coming internationally this upcoming school year. We already have 60 from this previous school year that are here and in place. Right now, roughly 25 are here and are actually participating in a week's worth of training, the first time we have done this for our international recruits, where they're getting a lot of the information about housing. We're helping them get their social security card, driver's license, everything of that nature. Then also giving them some information and professional development that we think is important so they can get accustomed to our culture and what to expect in our schools. We think this is going to help them acclimate when they come here. We did a bus tour for them so they can get to learn the city of Milwaukee. So we're really trying to open our arms and welcome them to our community. And so we're very excited about that. And we will be doing another round of training for the international recruits when they come in for the regular start calendar. They come periodically, every day, a new one might come. It's not like one set time, so we're trying to manage that. We're learning as we go. This is definitely an upscaled initiative compared to last year, but I want to give kudos to my talent management specialist, Jovita Maroney, and Michael Harris, the Senior Director of Talent Management, and the administrators throughout the district that have supported this training and welcoming these international recruits. It has been a large lift, and we couldn't do it with everyone's support in the various departments and offices throughout the district. What I also want to mention, what we're doing new this year, which we haven't done previously, is we have developed like a tiered system of support for our schools based on their teacher vacancies. We have a red, yellow, green system. Schools identified in the red if you have 3 or more teacher vacancies. So these are the schools that we're going to provide the most effort and support in getting them, ready for day one. So those supports I would provide to those schools include the regionals working directly with talent management to expedite interviews of quality applicants that we may have there. We are working with staffing agencies. These schools are the priorities when we work with staffing agencies to provide temporary staff to these schools. Assignment of benefit-eligible subs. Sub teachers that we hire, benefit-eligible subs, we're steering them to these schools that need the most support. We're also working to assign central office staff to support these specific schools through Third Friday as we continue to fill. We are also trying to we have a number of traditional START staff that have signed up and applied with us to get get some extra hours and work at early start schools before their traditional calendar starts. So we've worked through that. We've gotten a really good response for that. So for those teachers and other staff as well that have, volunteered, said, hey, I'll do some extra hours working at early start schools, we are going to be assigning them. The assignments will be going out next week, and we are going to be gearing them to these schools that we feel that need the most help for day one. We have the yellow category. Those are schools that have 2 vacancies, where we're going to have talent management is going to have regular communication and working directly with principals on a regular basis to ensure that applicants are being interviewed timely, getting them processed so we can get them in place as soon as possible, make sure we're not leaving any stone unturned. The staffing specialist that we have is going to be working directly with those principals, make sure they're on the same page of vacancies, who do we have, what do we need to work on. So that's one support we'll provide to those schools that are in the yellow. We're going to be also working with the staffing agencies to assign any ones that we have outside of the red category. We'll be providing extra staff to those areas as well in the yellow. Green is basically schools that have 1 vacancy or none. We're essentially, talent management is not going to provide any extra additional support. Principals are responsible for reviewing. They will be in contact with the talent management specialist as they need, and we'll support as they need, but they will not essentially be the priority. As our priority is those schools that have 3 or more or 2 vacancies. That's going to be our criteria. We also want to mention that for the international teachers, we've mentioned that we have expect about 100 coming. We can't guarantee, we can't say when they're going to come. It all depends when their visa is approved, when they get their flights to come here. So we have been working to assign temporary staff to those schools that are anticipating that international recruit is going to come, so that they have that someone in place until that international recruit comes and is here and can start at school. So those are some of the activities that we're working on. I will say I believe that we are in a better place than we were last year. We are really trying to look at different ways to support, really using all the resources we have internally, externally, the supports from our staffing agencies. We have initiative going with Goodwill Talent Bridge, where they're assisting with training our paraprofessional candidates that don't have the 48 college credits, because there is a pathway that DPI allows individuals to be paraprofessionals without the credits if they pass this test. There's this parapro test that they have to take. So Goodwill Talent Bridge has worked with us in assisting and have come up with a professional development and training for these individuals to help them so they can pass the tests, the candidates that are interested in working for us that don't have the college credits. So we're excited about that and hoping that will move us forward and get some more paraprofessionals in our schools. So overall, I think we are moving in the right direction. It's a lot more work to do, but we are ready. We're going to have supports in place. We're constantly having discussions about day one, early start, traditional, to make sure we have as much support in the schools as they need moving forward.
Thank you very much. Are there any board directors that wish to speak on this item? Director Leonard?
So just a clarification. If we get those 100 international teachers, will that number, or that 234 number, will that bring that number down?
Administration.
Those numbers include the international recruits.
Okay, all right. Then are you going to go over how many para vacancies and all the others that are shown on that list? I know it would be, you may do the whole show for the next 2 hours doing this, but just out of curiosity, I didn't see anything with our safeties either on there.
Administration.
Chair Herndon, Director Leonard, members of the committee, Adrian Madeline, Chief Human Resources Officer. I can briefly kind of go through some of our numbers for our non-teaching positions. I can tell you for our paraprofessionals, we have 226 vacancies in total. That's counting all of our schools. I want to say for safety, I don't have my sheet here. I could, but it's roughly around 30 or so. Nutrition, food service assistants, we are around 140 vacancies there. Building service, I believe we're between 40 and 50 based on the sheet that I have last seen. I will say that we have seen some positive movement, especially in the area of food service. With recruiting for these events that we've had on site, that has gone well. We've gotten a number of individuals that way for these positions. We've gotten a positive response to our salary increase. The new salary wages have definitely helped us moving forward in recruiting candidates in those positions.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? If not, Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications moving forward?
Yes, Madam Chair. We do have our communications from the Office of Board Governance, and we have two. The first communication is action on a resolution for participation, the participation agreement with the Southeastern Wisconsin Schools Alliance. The recommendation is that the board, one, adopt the resolution included in the attachment to this item, and two, authorize the board's president and the board clerk to sign and submit the attached participation agreement along with the $3,200 membership with the Southeastern Wisconsin Schools Alliance, the SWSA.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a little bit of information about the item. This is an annual item that our office brings to the board, which is its partnership with 30 other school districts in the area to support, promote, and to conduct research on advocacy and things that are important to public school districts, including public policy and effective communication.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the board? Director Leonard.
I just have at least one question with regards to that. I've been just looking up a lot of their information because I did get a couple of people calling me up from the community asking some questions. I'm under the impression that they work with WASB. And they told me, they corrected me and said they do not.
Dr. Mann.
Madam President, members of the board, this organization does not identify that it works with the WASB, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards. This is an alliance that actually collaborates with our external legislative team in Madison, and they also use the same team for collaborating on advocacy and other efforts at the state level. So it's basically going forward, addressing some of the legislative issues as a partner in those similar school districts who may be battling some of the same issues locally and having that voice and advocacy in Madison.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
No, we're good. We're good.
Do any other board members wish to ask questions or make comments? Thank you. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of the Office of Board Governance recommendation that we adopt the resolution and authorize the board president and board clerk to sign and submit the attached agreement along with the membership fee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Madam Chair, we do need a second on this item.
Okay. Director Carr?
I second.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director O'Halloran's motion as read into the record, seconded by Director Carr to approve the recommendation of the Office of Board Governance. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zambor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next communication?
The next communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action on the legislative activities affecting Milwaukee Public Schools. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Board Governors please present this item?
Madam Chair, for the sake of time, the report is attached, and Mr. Thiel is available to answer any questions if the board should have any. If you could either email him or send the questions to the Office of Board Governance.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? No questions? Okay. Moving forward, Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
Yes, Madam President, we do have one communication, and that is the monthly report with possible action on the activities from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present this report?
Thank you, Chair Herndon. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That item is before you. I do just want to do a quick thank you to Mr. David Pfeifferich in our Business and Transportation Services area for his collaboration on our recent 3-tier busing analysis. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Have questions or wish to make comments? I see no hands raised. With that, Madam Secretary, we'll move forward. What is the next item of business?
The next item is the report of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. And that is action on a request for adoption of a resolution under Section 119.25 of the Wisconsin statutes to delegate the board's expulsion authority to the independent hearing officers. The administration recommends that the board adopt the following resolution with the following resolves. Resolved that for the 2023-24 school year, student expulsions from the Milwaukee Public Schools shall be ordered by an independent hearing officer. And further resolve that the administration implement the behavior reassignment option whenever possible. And be it further resolved that the same due process procedures as were used in 2022-2023 be followed when hearing all cases of the student expulsions. And further resolve that the independent hearing officers may impose one or more early reinstatement conditions under which a student who is expelled from school may be reinstated to school before the end of his or her expulsion term. The reinstatement conditions may be a condition a student is required to meet before they are granted reinstatement, or a condition that the pupil is required to meet after their early reinstatement. The early reinstatement condition must be related to the reasons for the student's expulsion and be stated in the expulsion order. And be it further resolved that the independent hearing officer in all expulsion cases provide educational services to expel students at an MPS alternative or partnership school or online academic support. And be it further resolved that the expelled student shall be reinstated to the Milwaukee Public Schools through the Department of Student Services in the manner as described herein.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, in that we do have a couple of new board members, and for our listening audience, this is an annual item that comes before the board, where the board works with the administration on the process for student expulsions.
Thank you, and we need a motion. Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of administration's recommendation that we adopt the independent hearing officer process.
May we have a second, please? Director Leonard.
I second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of business?
Madam Chair, on Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Leonard, to approve the administration's recommendation relative to the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. On the motion as read into the record by Director O'Halloran. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zambor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 1, which is action on the monthly personnel matters, action on the classified personnel transactions, actions on the certificated appointments, leaves of absence, and the reports on certificated resignations and classified retirements, the affirmative action report, the report on hire data, and the report on resignation data. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, and leaves as outlined in the attachments to this item to be effective upon board approval.
Madam Chair and members of the board, we are asking for your approval of the monthly personnel and reporting items before you. I have Adria Maddaleni, Chief Human Resources Officer, is here with me this evening. She's going to make some comments, and after which we'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Adria.
Thank you, Chair Herndon, members of the board, Adria Maddaleni, Chief Human Resources Officer. Once a year, we provide this report, data for hiring and resignation data. So I kind of wanted to walk through this data. It's something that we do once a year. I want to be able to report some good news, and I like to share some good news so everyone can kind of hear that out here. Overall, for this past fiscal year, we have hired 1,255 staff members. That's an increase over a fiscal year 22, where we hired 1,049. So we have been doing more hirings. When you break it down when it comes to teachers, for FY23, we have hired 361 teachers. That's an increase from FY22, which was 331 teacher hires. I think I want to give kudos to my talent management team, the data management team for doing all the salary calcs, the employment relations team for doing all the background checks for the staff. It's been a lot of work, but they have really pushed hard and has done everything they can to hire people as fast as possible and get them in our system. So I want to make sure I acknowledge them for all that work. And when it comes to resignation data, in total, this past year for FY23, we had 1,300 resignations. That includes retirements as well. That's a decrease from FY22, which was 1,753. So there's progress on that end as well. And when you break it down to teachers, for FY23, we had 481 teacher resignations compared to FY22 when we had 564. So again, kudos to everyone in the district. I think there's been a lot of initiatives that we've done that's helped retain staff, and I think we're going to continue. There's a lot of work to be done in the area when it comes to retention, the strategic plan. I think there's a lot of good initiatives in there to help with staff morale. So I anticipate that we will have lower resignations this upcoming year as well.
I'm sorry, thank you very much. Are there board members that wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Okay, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
I move that we accept the administration's report on the hire data and resignation data.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
I second.
Thank you. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Madam Chair, of the board, I just wanted to be clear, Director Jackson, are you moving approval, move to accept the
excuse me.
entire personnel matter item? So noted. On Director Jackson's motion to approve the monthly personnel matters as recommended by the administration, seconded by Director Zomber. On the motion as read into the record, Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
Chair Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 2, which is action on recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, salary increases and decreases, and limited term employment contracts exceeding 60 days. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, and leaves, and the limited term employment contracts as listed in the attachments to this item to be effective upon board approval.
Would the administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we are requesting your approval of this item as it outlines this month's administrative appointments, promotions, reclassifications, salary adjustments, and LTE contracts. Adrian Maddalini is here with me, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there members of the public that wish to make comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran?
Thank you. I just have one question, and then I'll make a motion. I see that there's a number of principals on there. Are there any schools with current principal vacancies that we might start the school with principal vacancies?
Administration.
Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, we are doing it in ways, every single school in the district have a leader in place. However, the interview process is taking time and is tiered, and so therefore there will be more names coming next month. But I rest assured every school will have a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up?
No, thank you for that. With that, I move approval of administration's recommendations for promotions, appointments, leaves, and LTE contracts as listed in the attachment.
Thank you. Director Gokul Gandhi.
I second.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Vice President Gokul Gandhi, to approve the administration's recommendation relative to the recommended appointments, leaves, and promotions as outlined in the attachment to this item. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
Chair Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 3, which is action on a request to retire to closed session relative to crime detection and prevention strategies and follow-up to Resolution 2223R-6. The recommendation is that the board retire to closed session for this item.
Madam Secretary, if there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Are there any objections? Let's move forward then.
So noted.
Next item, please.
The next item is item number 4, which is action on the recommended FY24 plan of audits and the report on the district's risk assessment plan. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Okay, Madam Secretary, would board governors please present this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have Mr. Guive here to discuss our annual plan of audits and the district's risk assessment plan.
Go ahead, Mr. Geib.
Office of Board Governance. MPS Audit Services provides performance audit and investigative services to the Board of School Directors. Internal auditing is an independent, objective activity designed to add value and improve operations. The overall objective of audit is to assist all members of the Milwaukee Public Schools Administration and the Board of School Directors in the effective discharge of their responsibilities by providing them with objective analysis, recommendations, and pertinent audit comments concerning activities reviewed. We follow government auditing standards which are put forth by the Comptroller General of the United States Government Accountability Office. I'm presenting the fiscal 24 risk assessment results and the annual plan of audits. There are 2 attachments with this item. Excuse me. The risk assessment summarizes the results of the survey responses received from 65 of 66 chiefs, directors, managers, supervisors, and other key staff across all operational areas. It's related to the following categories of risk: people, operations, fraud, technology, financial, and legal categories. The results are evaluated along with the Baker-Tilly external audit reports, prior audit and investigation results, changes in budgets, FTEs, and key personnel, along with hotline complaints and other risk-associated considerations. The risk assessment identified operational areas of higher risk, including finance, human resources, and operations. The annual plan presented includes continuing audits as well as new audit activities. The second attachment you have actually provides the details of the audit activities. And these include building lease follow-up audit, retiree health and life insurance audit, a human resources exit survey review, an accounts payable audit, as well as an FMS billing and AIM system controls audit. And along with those operational area audits, we do school, charter, and partnership school audits. And we also have resource days available to conduct investigations that result from our hotline intake process. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have on the details of the plan.
Do committee members wish to ask questions or make comments? Director Zomber.
I just have a...
Could you speak louder, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Herndon. So I just want to apologize to Mr. Geib and his team for delaying the approval of this plan. This plan adds significant value to the district and ensures that we're able to identify and prevent operational or compliance issues. And as a board, it's important that we're not impairing our audit staff from completing audits or investigations in a timely fashion. So with all of that in mind, I also hope that moving forward, we can carve out more time on AFP agendas to hear about the work that's occurring and the reports and the recommendations from the audit team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more comments or questions by committee? With that, Madam Secretary, we need a motion for this one.
That is
So,
correct.
okay, Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move that we approve the audit plan as presented.
Director Zumber.
I second.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Vice President Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the annual plan of audits and the report on the, and to accept the report on the district's risk assessment plan, seconded by Director Zomber. On the motion as read, Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Vice President Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 5, which is the annual review and possible action on the board's compensation. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Before we go on to this item, we did have a speaker on the last item, and that is on the annual plan of audits. And so I'd like to call that speaker if that is okay.
Thank you very much for the correction. We have Deborah Keither.
Deborah Keither, Kuether. I want to speak to you about audits that, as you mentioned, were delayed for lack of people being in attendance last month. And also, the audits, if you're going to have an audit, but you're not going to correct the behaviors that are listed in the audit, each year, every year you get an audit, and every year you repeat the same issues that are listed in the audit. So it's great to keep hearing Matt Chasen talk about these things every month, but if you're not going to actually repair any of those things, then I guess I don't understand why we continue to have these reports and all of this time spent on this. And I can give you a lot of accounting on when that has happened. And so if you do a media search, there are articles on it concerning money, safety. I also don't understand why, and I'm sure one of you will get ready to tell me that I'm off topic and that I'm out of time. So I'm ready for that too, because you wonder why the community doesn't come here and speak with you. They are scared. They are scared. Your employees are scared, and this community is scared of the retaliation that you inflict
I'm sorry,
every
Ms.
time.
Keither.
Okay, so I'm going to continue.
You were doing well until now.
Oh, I'd like to see how you judge what's on topic.
You were speaking of audit, that is what
Okay,
is on
so
the agenda
audit,
item. Thank you.
I'm coming back to the audit, and that's completely subjective, and we don't agree on what's relevant. So, again, this is why people don't want to give you feedback, because you just shut everything down. There's nobody else even here to speak. So back to the audit. Why do we have to learn about guns that you watch the surveillance footage and you don't let the public and the families know that are affected by guns that are in schools? After you've reviewed the footage and you've seen an hour and a half of a parent walking around with a gun in a building, and you decide that isn't something that the public needs to know about, I wonder what it's going to take for you to actually do the work that you are expected to do. I'm starting to wonder if this crew has any of the gumption that they sold.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And Madam Chair, members of the board, and Ms. Keither, I apologize for missing the speaker slip. The next item is item number 5, which is the annual review and possible action on the board's compensation. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed with this item.
Do more board members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Director O'Halloran?
I move that we increase compensation commensurate with the cost of living adjustment given to the employees.
Do members of the public, do we have any speaking on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Okay. Is there further discussion? If not, you made a motion, correct? So we need a second.
I second.
Director Zumber made the second.
So noted.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion as read into the record, seconded by Director Zombor, to increase the board's salary commensurate with the cost of living increase as received by district employees.
Yeah.
On the motion as read, Director Carr?
Abstain.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 1 abstention. The motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item.
The next item is item number 6, which is action on the approval of the supplemental funding application for Head Start playground structure improvements. The recommendation is that the board approve the submission of the application to be utilized for funding to be utilized towards the improvement of the Head Start play spaces.
Thank you. Would the administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this evening we're asking for your approval of supplemental funding application for Head Start program and structure improvements. I have Chrissy Washington, Manager of Early Childhood Learning, to share the details, and after which we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Chrissy.
Good evening, President Herndon and other members of the board. I'm Chrissy Washington, the Early Learning Manager, and I'm here to provide information regarding the request for approval of the Head Start supplemental funding application. The Milwaukee Public Schools Head Start program is eligible to apply for supplemental funding for the improvement of outdoor play spaces. As such, the Administration for Children and Families requires the participation through review, feedback, and approval of the Milwaukee Public Schools Policy Council, Head Start Policy Council, and the Board of School Directors in the submission of the supplemental funding application. The application is requesting nearly $7 million for the purchase, design, and installation of 31 tot lots at each Head Start school site at a cost of $225,000 per structure. Replacing and updating age-appropriate outdoor play spaces allows for safe play to occur for 3- and 4-year-old Head Start children. As such, Policy Council has provided approval, and upon board approval, the submission of the application for supplemental funding to be utilized towards the improvement of the Head Start outdoor play spaces will be forwarded. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Gokul Gandhi?
I move approval of the supplemental funding application for the Head Start playground structure improvements.
Director Garcia?
Second.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
To approve the administration's recommendation, seconded by Director Garcia. On the motion as read into the record, Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zombor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 7, which is action on a request to approve submission of the Head Start transportation waiver for the 23-24 school year. The recommendation is that the board approve the submission of the waiver as attached to this item.
Would administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we're requesting your approval of this item as it relates to the Head Start transportation waiver for the 2023-24 school year. I have Chrissy Washington, Manager of Early Childhood Learning, to share out on this item, and after which we'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have. Chrissy.
Good evening, President Herndon and other members of the board. Once again, I'm Chrissy Washington, the Early Learning Manager, and I'm joined by Mr. David Pfeifferich, Senior Director of Business and Transportation Services. And we're here to provide information regarding the request for approval of the Head Start transportation waiver. The Milwaukee Public Schools Head Start program is seeking approval to provide transportation services to Head Start students who request or need transportation to and from school in the 2023-24 school year. To do so, the MPS Head Start program is requesting a waiver for the child safety restraint system requirement and the bus monitor requirement. Based upon projected compliance costs being approximately $4.7 million, which could create an undue financial hardship for the district, being one of the reasons why the waiver request is being made. However, MPS is proposing to provide bus transportation for all Head Start children who request or need it for the upcoming school year. Doing so, it's grounded upon the belief that the Head Start enrollment and attendance would be increased if transportation is provided in a safe and orderly manner. Supporting information for this item includes a red line version of the 23-24 waiver application that reflects the following noted changes. It's expected that 44% of the 1,291 children in Head Start will use the transportation services. Providing the service would involve MPS supporting 39 bus routes. The district will cover these costs with local funds and not use Head Start funding to support this service. MPS currently transport almost 5,000 K3 and K4 students safely, which includes Head Start students. The same quality service will continue to be provided for Head Start students in the upcoming school years, with buses being equipped with two-way radios, GPS tracking, and a mobile data terminal system. In order to implement this service, the administration is requesting approval to submit the attached transportation waiver request, which seeks waivers of the Head Start performance standards as related to child safety restraint systems, as well as the bus monitoring requirement for the 3- and 4-year-old students. If there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to provide a response.
Thank you very much. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions regarding this item? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move that we approve the submission of the Head Start transportation waiver for the 2023-24 school year.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do we have members of the public that wish to make comments?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor. Could we have a second, please? Director Zambor.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Vice President Gokul Gandhi's motion to approve the administration's recommendation relative to item number 7, seconded by Director Zambor. On the motion as read, Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Zambor.
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 8, which is action on monthly facilities matters. The FMS awards of material purchases recommendation. The recommendation is that the board approve the materials purchase as described in the attachment to this item.
Would the administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we are asking for your approval for the monthly facilities matters as they relate to material purchase recommendations. Sean Kane is here with me this evening, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
President Herndon, members of the board, Sean Kane, Senior Director, Facilities and Maintenance Services. We're just looking for approval on a material purchase for a generator.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have members of the public that wish to make comments or ask questions?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Do members of the board have questions or comments? What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
I move that we approve
Director Leonard, and may we have a
this
second?
recommendation for a generator.
May we have a second? Director Garcia.
I second that.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Leonard's motion to approve the administration's recommendation, seconded by Director Garcia. Director Carr.
Aye.
Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gokul-Gandhi.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Zombor.
Aye.
President Herndon.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 9, which is action on monthly finance matters. Authorization to make purchases, the acceptance of the report on revenues and expenses, the monthly expenditure control report, the report on budget transfers, the report on contracts under $50,000 and their cumulative totals, and the report on monthly grant awards, as well as the acceptance of donations. The recommendation is that the board, 1, approve the authorization to make purchases, and 2, to accept the donations as outlined in the attachments to this item, with appropriate acknowledgments to be made on behalf of the board.
Thank you. Would the administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this evening we're asking for your approval of the monthly finance matter before you. Janina Dumchek, Director of Procurement and Risk Management, is here with me this evening, and together we are prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we do have a speaker on this item.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Okay. Thank you so much. We have Speaker Deborah Keither on this item.
Keither, Kuether. I am speaking to you today about the budget because I have done extensive research on my own, because I have found that what you present to the public in your shiny budget booklets does not match what is really happening behind the scenes. You also, so I've seen the ins and outs, and your ins and outs do not match. You have presented a false, a facade of what money is actually being used for. You've made it so complicated that it's taken 3 years and a team of people to review the work of this district on their own time and to highlight all of your failures. And it is in the millions. And you have no business sitting up here making any type of financial decision on the behalf of the city of Milwaukee or the children of Milwaukee. And if you ever want to learn about what real financial reporting looks like, we can show you that. You seem to ignore your Baker-Tilly reports. You seem to ignore everything that the Office of Accountability and Efficiency brings your way. I don't know how you can sit up here and even stomach your behavior when it comes to financials. You have half of the, I know.
Excuse me?
No,
Yeah.
don't, yeah. What's the problem now? I'm not off topic. Just because you don't like what I'm saying
Ms. Keither,
does not
this-
mean that
if
I'm
you have-
Dr. Keither.
If you have
And I am on
these things
topic.
as you say, then you should present them and stop the
I have
accusations.
presented them to you. I have. And
We
I
have
presented
not
them to the
received those.
NAACP. And is that your feedback? You have it in an audit. You don't make the corrections. You double down on
Ms.
the errors.
Kiefer, we appreciate your testimony, and thank you.
Okay, are you cutting my time right now?
No, your time is up.
No, it's not. There's 24 seconds on here.
Okay,
Are you
then let's
cutting my
get back to
time?
the point.
I'm on the point. I'm saying that this team does not follow their
Thank
own
you,
guidance.
Ms. Kiefer.
Are you cutting me off?
I didn't cut you off. I said thank you.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Ms.
You keep
Kiefer,
interrupting me.
we're done with this. Thank you.
Sure we are.
Madam Secretary, where are we?
Madam Chair, the item is before the board, and that is action on monthly finance matters.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move to approve item number 9, the monthly finance matters report.
Second, please.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Vice President Gokul Gandhi's motion, seconded by Director Jackson, to approve the monthly finance matters as recommended by the administration. On the motion as read, Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zombor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 10, which is action on the award of professional services contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the professional services contracts as outlined in the attachments to this item.
Okay, would administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, this evening, we are prepared to provide you with the professional services contracts that are before you. Janina Dumchek is here with me, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions of this item? Madam Secretary,
Excuse me,
oh,
President.
go ahead, Director Jackson, I'm sorry.
No problem. So just being a new board member, what is the protocol just to like assess the outcome of awarding the contract for the next ensuing year and so on thereafter?
President Herndon, Director Jackson, members of the board, Janina Domchik, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. We have performance metrics for the contracts, and those metrics must be attained, and if they are not, then we do not recommend a renewal. But the vendor works closely with the sponsor with respect to those performance metrics, providing that information, and then the sponsor in turn will reach out to procurement and advise us accordingly, whether or not they've met those metrics or not.
No, ma'am.
That wish to speak on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
What is the pleasure of the board as it relates to this item? Director O'Halloran.
I move that the board approve the professional services contracts as set forth in the attachments.
Second. Director Jackson.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion, seconded by Director Jackson, to approve the administration's recommendation relative to professional services contracts. On the motion as read, Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zombor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item number 11, which is action on the award of exception to bid contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the exception to bid requests as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, we are asking for your approval of this exception to bid contracts that are before you. Between Janine and I, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions on this item? Madam Secretary, do we have members of the public that wish to make comments?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item?
I move that we accept.
Jackson.
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zombor?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 12, which is action on a request to waive administrative policy 3.09 parent 9 parent E and authorize the purchase orders and contracts as set forth in the attachment to this item.
Thank you. Would the administration please present this item?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this evening, we're requesting a waiver to Administrative Policy 3.09 and authorize the purchase order of contracts as attached. Janine Adamczyk, Director of Procurement and Risk Management, is here with me, and between the two of us, we're prepared to answer any questions that you may have in regards to this item. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, are there members of the public that wish to make comments on this item?
Madam Chair, we have no request for public testimony on this item.
Are there board members that wish to make comments on this item or ask questions? What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Carr?
I move that we approve request to waive administrative policy and approve of the contracts.
We need a second. Director Garcia?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Carr's motion, seconded by Director Garcia, to approve the administration's recommendation relative to item number 12, authorization for the purchase orders and contracts. On the motion and to waive the policy. On the motion as read. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zambor?
Aye.
And President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is item 13, which is the report of the board's delegates. A report of June's activities from the library board is attached.
Thank you. Do any other delegates have anything they wish to report? Director Leonard.
It's just from the DAC. I had a chance, I did not talk about this last month. Somehow I missed it altogether, so I apologize for that. I do just want to mention that the significant number of parents and some parent coordinators have informed me that they really want to have much more involvement, become much more influential with regards to the DAC and how they approach the board. They would probably do well to actually come into some board meetings and actually speak to some of their concerns. So I just want to sort of give us a heads up on that, because I definitely agreed with them and said, yes, we need your input. We need more of your direct input. And I don't want to lose their support. They are the backbone of this district. So just wanted to put that out there and make sure that we're ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on that comment that I think it would be great if we could get.
You speak a little louder, please.
Perfect. I just wanted to thank Director Leonard for that comment, and then just suggest perhaps we could hear from them at PACE. Might be a good committee to hear from them. I know I'm not supposed to probably direct which committee they come to, but it seems like it would be a natural fit to hear from parents and from the DAC at a PACE committee. So I'd love that.
Thank you. Are there any more comments?
Madam Chair, Superintendent Posley would like to speak.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I would just like to share that Director Carr and the administration has been in deep dialogue in regards to this with the PACE committee, and we already have it set on the agenda of the months that when they will be presenting.
Thank you. Are there any other delegate reports at this point?
No report, but just a comment. I would like to say thank you to Sean Kane, Buildings and Maintenance Supervisor, as well as Superintendent Keith Posley for attending a walkthrough, and other staff members as well with myself and Director Zambor, and addressing the matters at Townsend School, so, and getting on the issues readily right away. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, are there any more delegate reports? Next
Madam
item,
Chair,
please.
We have no further reports of the board's delegates.
Okay, next item is the President's report.
That is
of
correct.
which it should be attached, and if you have any questions, please contact me. Madam Secretary, is there any unfinished business before the board?
Madam Madam Chair, we have no unfinished business.
Are there any resolutions for referral to committee?
Just for our proceeding records, we have no new business and we have no communications. We do have one resolution that is for referral, and that resolution is being passed out to the board, and that is a resolution from Director Gokul Gandhi. The resolution itself is Resolution 2324R-1 by Director Gokul Gandhi relative to time off for mental health. And that resolution would be referred to the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the next item would bring us back to the item that was deferred to the end of the meeting, and that is action on a request to retire to closed session relative to crime detection and prevention strategies and follow-up to Resolution 2223R-6.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, before you take the motion to go into closed session and read the exception into the record, we do have a request for public testimony on this item. Would you like to receive that now or later, as this item has been deferred to the end of the meeting?
We will keep it at the end of the meeting.
Okay, and Madam Chair, just for the record, the board may retire to executive session and may end its meeting from executive session, which is why I'm offering the opportunity to hear the public testimony before going in.
Well, that being the case, we can go ahead and hear Deb Keither.
So noted. That is correct. This is item number 4.
All right, great. Deb Keither, Kuether. I know I'm off topic. Anyways, in terms of resolutions and policies, the resolutions and policies that you put forth, again, if you don't read them and you don't know what they mean and you don't define the language that is in there, the resolutions are very ambiguous and they invite discrimination. So you need to, when in moving ahead with any resolution, you need to simultaneously create the administrative policy, and you should be doing that with input from legal counsel. And legal counsel will ensure that you are following the laws that these things are meant to springboard from, so that you don't violate people's civil rights or their employee rights.
Madam Chair, Ms. Keither, and I can add a couple extra minutes. I want to make sure that we're speaking about the right item. The item is item number 3, and that is action on a request to retire to closed session relative to crime detection and prevention strategies and follow-up to Resolution 2223R-6.
Right, so this is the resolution that was kind of provoked by the incident of gun violence, and you hired somebody to come in and do an assessment on the district because you had to have someone outside tell you that there were no policies and procedures and it was an unsafe place. So you would listen to, someone that you paid a lot of taxpayer money when employees have been telling you those things for quite some time. And then there was the creation of this resolution. But just like all other resolutions, what you might want to ask yourself is, what data are we gathering on this resolution? Where does the resolution stand where people can access what has transpired in the implementation of the resolution? Otherwise, the resolution is just a piece of paper that you like to wave around to say that you did something. And then what we find out here in the field and in the foot soldiers find that you're not doing any of the things that are in the resolution. So if you could set up some kind of procedure to assess yourselves and ensure that you have so many resolutions, you can't probably even name all of them. And you're not doing any of them.
I have request to speak from Ms. Cecilia Collins. She must have left.
I'm sorry, I just saw Ms. Collins.
She might have just left.
One moment,
No,
Madam
it
Chair, we're
doesn't.
just going to make
Okay.
sure.
Madam Secretary?
Okay, she was here to obtain information about the item.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So with that, we'll take the motion to, go ahead, please.
I move that we retire to closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we take the roll, I will need you to read into record why the board is requesting to go into closed session.
Okay. I will now entertain a motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute 19.85, parent 1, parent D, for the purpose of considering strategy for crime detection or prevention. Would anyone care to make the motion? And of course, we've had the motion. The board will now retire to closed session.
Madam Chair, we do not have a motion and a second.
Director Gokul Gandhi.
I move we retire to closed session.
Second, please. Director Carr. The board will now,
Madam Chair, the motion is read into the record by Director, as a motion to retire to executive session by Director Gokul Gandhi, seconded by Director Chair, relative to.
Director Carr.
Yes, seconded by Director Carr, I'm sorry.
Okay.
To retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent D, for the purpose of considering strategy for crime detection or prevention. On the motion as read.
That is correct. Madam Secretary, please call.
Thank you. Director Carr?
Aye.
Director Garcia?
Aye.
Director Gokul Gandhi?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director Leonard?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Zomber?
Aye.
President Herndon?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session pursuant to the statute referenced previously. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.
So noted.